darkness will consume all it touches. Stars will burn black, ashes raining on lifeless worlds. Everything ends. His strength will fail. Then he will become the darkness.
It should not have surprised anyone that Revan turned Sith. He knew you cannot fight the dark side without understanding it.
He will have gone from being the Sith Lord himself to the savior of our galaxy.
As a young Jedi, I went to war. I accepted violence and darkness, and the Emperor called to me from across the galaxy. Only I understand him, and his death is my responsibility. He made me a Sith Lord and named me Darth Revan. I killed for him. I turned on the Republic. But I have found redemption. There was a time.
That voice.
A moment.
I've heard it before.
When my destiny wasn't certain.
It's Revan.
That moment is gone. I've saved the Republic twice before. I've fought Mandalores and armies of the dark side.
You were saying?
You've never fought anyone like me.
I am Revan!
I've been reborn. With the Order under my command, I'm unstoppable.
Savior, conqueror, hero, villain. You're all things, Revan, and yet you are nothing. You belong to neither the light nor the darkness. You will forever stand alone.
The Empire will become dust. I will make it so. I will show you the power of the Force in balance.
All hail Lord Revan. All hail Lord Revan.
And in the end,
It's Revan time!
as the darkness takes me,
Seems cute.
I am
He is cute.
nothing.
See? He's still speaking.
Now I know how
See?
you felt,
That's what he does.
my friend.
It's Revan. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. Speak to me. Speak to me. Hello. Hello, everybody. I see you people lurking. Oh, wow, what an emoji. Oh, my God. My God. Just bring the Ruzy back up. There we go. What do you mean, no? Alright, go to bed then. Screw you. You and your Australian humour. What is this? Eh. It's fine, don't if you don't want to. I have a problem. Not to do with me. How are we all doing today? What do you mean, no? Do as you're told. Otherwise, rep rights will be revoked. Oh, all those R's. It's the same letter as the first letter of Revan. Yeah. Yeah. Plus, I know people are lurking in here because I can see people in the chat. Although now 2 people have disappeared. So I've got no idea what's going on. Speak to me, everybody. How's everybody's day been? Dan's lurking behind you. That does not surprise me. That sounds like the kind of thing such a default individual would do. What can I say? Just get up that Photoshop. We go. So, as we said before, we are drawing Revan. Who knows who Revan is, except Parth? Although, technically, he doesn't know the story, so... You know, you win some, you lose some. Why is it so quiet today? Oh my god. Yes, Harley and Jester. Thank you for following the way. This is the way. I know you've not seen The Mandalorian, so don't expect to know what I'm talking about. But yeah, today we're going to be drawing Revan. Give me a second. There he is. There's my little references in the top right. What's a Star War? I don't know. Tell me. Chansey, I wouldn't, trust you to hold a Star War. You'd probably drop it. I might unfollow. I do love the way you spell fallow. I enjoy that. And then fallow again. You can fallow as many times as you like. And do feel free to clip that out and use it on the internet. Yeah. I don't know her. Technically it's a guy, but I suppose in the old games you could technically play as a girl if you wanted to. But yeah. Yeah. I love how Path dropped in, said hey, and then left again. Maybe his internet's bugged. So, yeah, you guys who are new in the stream, normally I like to get this stuff done before stream because it's weird with, like, the base sketch. Because I either spend, like, 5 hours doing it to get it perfect, or I spend, like, 15 minutes and it suddenly turns out fine, so... Path come back, something's broken. Good point. Good point. He does need to learn how to fix his internet like he fixed the washing machine. Or the dishwasher. It's not that dangerous. There's only a certain amount of current. I'm sure he won't die. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe he went and he tried to fix his router. Right? And it electrocuted him. Maybe that's where he's gone. But yeah. I'm sure a few more people will be along later. Chansey, what time is it for you guys there at the minute? I don't know. I don't know what time it is. Sorry, I don't know what time it is, mate. 3:30 a.m. That was terrible. I do apologise. Let's get a moved reference out of the way for a second. There we go. Yeah, why are you two staying up so late in order to see me start? Are you insane? I think you're insane. Also, you people better be drawing. The night is still young. I suppose that's true on certain parts of the planet. We don't sleep anyway. Huh. I mean, it's not even a Friday, so, what's going on here? This is the way. No sleep. This is the way. Alright, so... yeah, we're going to be doing my painted style, which everybody seems to like, and it's more interesting for the stream. The funny thing is, it's weird. It does really, really well, like, in terms of engagement. Like, loads of people comment on it. Loads of people share it, and yet it gets way less likes. So I don't know what's going on. But on, like I was saying in the Discord earlier, I put them on DeviantArt, and they do ridiculously well, and I've got no idea why. So, tell me, what do we think? What's going on there? Just gonna make this a bit smaller. There we go. So yeah, this is normally my first step, just to get that base layer down, because it gives you the structure which you can kind of build everything from. Dan says that DeviantArt is better for fan art. Maybe. I'm not sure. Because the thing is, before I went on Instagram, I did only really post fan art on there, and it still didn't really get any traction. But again, I think it might be because it was the platform to do at that point. It was the platform to use. Whereas like now, because everybody's sort of transitioned, let's say, to Instagram, it's emptied up a load of space, which means that the hashtags are working better there in terms of reach. God knows. God only knows. If I believed in a god, I would say that he probably knows. Oh, also, Applehead reached 300 followers today. So, just want to say congratulations. She'll probably drop by later. Yes! So, where am I starting with? Probably the best place for this is actually to start with the robes, isn't it? So, yeah, let's just get some nice, quick sketches down. Wah! Oh, and by the way, massive shout out as well to Doodoo Films, who made that film right at the beginning. I'm going to link that on the YouTube, because his like editing and stuff of gameplay is amazing, like ridiculous. Like he makes loads of little trailers and stuff, and they're always super cool. So I thought he deserved a shout out. Wait, was that not some official online gameplay trailer? No, it wasn't. No. He does a lot of sort of fan-based, almost fan film kind of things. And yeah, he uses footage from old gameplays and stuff, puts some music on it, cuts out the voice files and all that sort of stuff, and makes what look really, really cool kind of... I don't know if what you... They are kind of trailerish, aren't they? So yeah, I'm not sure. I think he does do other stuff other than Star Wars. I'm not sure. He's not been hugely active recently. So yeah, in a minute, just gonna try and get some basic shapes in. The thing is, with this point, I'm probably gonna change it about 15 times, because this is the stage which I'm never happy with, and I may even get rid of this completely and start again, because I'm not concentrating. Yeah, Revan's one of these characters. He's both ridiculously easy and yet ridiculously difficult to draw at the same time. So if we take a step back, it might be worth getting down the sketches for the armor first, and then maybe we'll move on to the robe much later. That might be a good way to do it. Oh my god, and there she is. Applehead, we just gave you a shout out. Congrats on 300. You're doing awesome. You are most welcome. Keep up the hard work. Keep up the hard work. And don't let your head, fly away. Don't lose your head. Get it? I'm not even sorry. No good. Next door are screaming. That's a good start. You'll probably be able to hear them eventually. Yeah, you better wow. That's some fine comedy right there. In some parts of the world, they would pay to listen to comedy like that. I don't know where, but... Yeah. Is that Master Chief? Sure. Close enough. Close enough. Weirdly, right, I've never actually played Halo, which is a bit odd, if I'm being honest. It seems like one of them games which my friends would have bugged me to play, but they just kind of didn't. Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, for you guys who were actually here in the last couple of streams, I'm going to do this slightly differently today. Because the armour is so intricate and whatever, I'm not going to do the body layer first. I'm actually going to try and put in just a base of sort of like, almost like the outline in first, because I never usually do that. You guys will probably see on my IGTV stuff that I like to silhouette first and then build from there, but so do forgive me if this goes totally wrong and takes absolutely ages. And there's going to be a lot of changing going on throughout this, 100%. And don't you give me that face, Chansey. I know where you live. Australia. I like the close-up snazz. It looks snazzy. Snazzy. Thank you. That's always one thing that I've normally struggled with, so I was kind of impressed that I got it done so quick today. Like, normally that's the kind of thing which would take me about 5 or 6 hours to get right, but today was just one of them lucky days where I got it done in about 15 minutes. God knows how. Yeah, Revan's mask is one of those things which is actually quite iconic within the fandom, so I'm probably gonna go over it about 500 times. Because I'll just never be happy with it. I don't really need to worry about the top too much because it's gonna get covered anyway, but yeah. Screw you. Bringing your Power Rangers talk around here. Actually could be up a bit, couldn't it? Could it? In, out. Oh, I love digital art. Because I'm such an absolute perfectionist, it's ridiculous. Go, go, Power Rangers! Is it true that Power Rangers doesn't actually exist anymore? Poor younglings. They didn't have those really, really camp-looking superhero squads. They are still doing them. Okay, nice. Why not? Let's see. It's on Netflix. I beg to differ. In Greece, nothing is on Netflix. It's shocking. Still binge. We all have our childish binges, don't you worry. Just get in kind of these areas. Why am I in Greece again? Because I live here. That's the easy answer. no, so I lived here when I was a kid, and then I came back initially during university for my work placement, or for the first half of my work placement. And yeah, a few years later I then came back, continued here for a bit, left for a while. I've lived all over the place. The people in Discord know this story, you know, reasonably well. And yeah, I kind of just came back full time over the last few years, and then the world totally went to shit, so here we are. So, base shape, kind of. Sounds fun. Yeah. Yes, it does. Life with a totally collapsed career is great. It's not like we work 12 years to try and, you know, push yourself forward in an industry and the industry collapses. So fortunately I got back into art at just about the right time, I think. At the very least it keeps my mind off of how shit things are. I always remember, only when I start actually painting Revan, just how goddamn complicated his flipping armor is. Like, I always forget, and I'm a total idiot, because I keep putting myself in the position that I need to draw him. I'm like, yes, let's do some Revan, and then I get on to drawing Revan, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna be here for weeks. And again, because I've been a total numpty, I'm probably going to be here even longer, because I'm doing this in a slightly different way to the way that we were doing it in the last few streams. But at least we get to experiment together, right? And you can learn from my mistakes, and from me looking like a total idiot on the internet. This is the way. So yeah, he's kind of got that, and then the robes kind of start coming down. Power Rangers meet WWE Universe. WWE? That does sound pretty cool, but still. What? But yeah, if you hear children screaming in the background, that's just my little neighbour. I do apologise. That's not working at all. Oh dear. It looks like a belt. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, Karina's in the chat. What the hell is this? General Kenobi? General Kenobi? General Kenobi! Karina, are you working? Oh my god. I'm gonna stop streaming if you keep saying stuff like this. Get some of these. I'm overcomplicating this. I think I just need to do what I normally do and get the shapes down and then fill them in, because finally getting to watch a live paint. It's Rey Mysterio. It's not Rey Mysterio, for God's sake. Revan is not Mexican. Are you not working? Or are the children asleep? No, not right now, but I'll be drawing or working on more piano whilst watching this. Ah, nice. I saw your stories yesterday as well. And there's one fucking fly in my room. Yeah, let's just get some of these basic shapes in. I'm in that stage already where I'm not happy with anything that I'm putting onto paper. Which is not a good sign. Applehead, you're right. Her piano playing is amazing. She does a fantastic job, and she should open a music Instagram as well. Just for the fun, not for the follows. Actually, it kind of needs to be further up, doesn't it? Thank God for the select tool. Just got me out of situations on more than one occasion. I might make it slightly smaller as well. Works a bit better. Lol, thanks. When I'm not drawing, I'm playing the piano. Yeah, we know. You keep telling us in your story. We want more. 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 Give the people what they want. Yeah, already nothing about this is taking the fancy. God. Like, literally none of it. That's such a good feeling. And it's not working. I suck at guitar too. My God. I swear I've only played that once. It still needs to be further up, doesn't it? Ugh. I hadn't heard about Guitar Hero in years. Christ, you're not that old. I mastered Guitar Hero, tried to play the real guitar and it was a mess. That would make sense. Don't let Path play Guitar Hero, he might electrocute himself. Just saying. Can play a tiny bit of guitar, but I gave up early on. God, don't even. Like, I played an instrument when I was a kid for school, and I absolutely hated every minute of it. Probably because of the choice of instrument, but well, give me ukulele. Why does the fact that you have a ukulele not surprise me? Do you have a didgeridoo as well? Maybe a harmonica? It's a wee bit better. You know what, I'm not even going to bother with the insides of this. I'm going to extend it up a bit. I have a melodica. Sounds melodic. You guys agree to join. I mean... Error panic. Is Chansey not responding? What happened? Tell me. Tell Auntie Ollie. Come on. Oh, right, okay. That makes sense. Where's Revan's waifu? So, Auntie Ollie, yeah. You know, everyone is an agony aunt. What can I say? Sure. Tell me all of your problems, children. Come on. It's 4 AM and my humour is struggling. Well. Not much I could do about that, is there? I'm actually an hour early again today. Where's Revan's waifu? Oh, you mean Bay? Huh. She, unfortunately... Well, I say unfortunately. See, that's a lot easier to draw than Revan, but... Unfortunately, the people of Instagram wanted Revan. So maybe we'll do Bastila next time. Although, to be fair, it would look kind of cool having Bastila kind of in the background, but... Probably not going to bother. Because that really would take a lot of... That'd take extra streams. Let's kind of figure out. So he's kind of got these things, hasn't he? On the different references. See, on the Galaxy of Heroes one, it's actually kind of... It's kind of leathery shield stuff. It is, isn't it? Another part of the problem with doing Revan is that his armor changes from reference to reference. So let's go with this because I've not done a leather one before. So I voted for Bastila, but but you will catch her stream. Yeah, okay. Who says I was doing Bastila? You voted for nobody. Of course you didn't. Why would you? Actually, my very, very, very first piece of digital art was of Lightside Bastila. And it popped up on my Facebook, I think yesterday. My god. My god. I was actually going to share it in Discord, but stuff got in the way. Kind of goes a bit like this. It goes inwards, you'll see the insides there. And it's got a curved background with the body. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. Might need a bit of nip and tuck here and there, but... And again, his braces, like his band braces, they vary depending on what you're looking at, which really bugs me. I kind of like those. They're kind of cool. Dan says needs more booty. It's a man. It's alright. When we get to flipping it, we can then decide whether he needs more booty. What do you mean precisely? It's Keanu Reeves. I mean... Not technically, but that's who everybody says should play him. Needs more Keanu. Well, I mean, he does kind of look like Keanu with a mask on. So, let's see why you're complaining. Honestly. Yeah, they're kind of cool. Because they extend, don't they? Let's just give them little outline bits. Don't worry, you're going to see, well, probably not you two, because you will have gone to bed by then, but I do a ridiculous amount of editing, so it's not going to look anything like this by the time it's finished. It kind of goes out like that. Also, you can see just how goddamn messy my line work ends up being. People, tell me, what are you working on? Tell me. Tell me the gossip. I'm assuming Alison isn't here because she hates Legend. Yeah, I went there. More lingerie ladies. Why does that not surprise me? I'm not complaining. Again, it's Thursday. I've seen very, very few figure references in the chat. Probably half of these patterns aren't going to stick, but it's just fun to put them in. Dan is working on applying for a games company. ×3. Nice. Good job. Anyone big and famous we know about? Dot. Don't you dot me. I know where you live. The Discord. Oh my god, he's in. ×3 is an emoji. I can't see it. I can't see it. Because I'm not actually watching on Twitch. I'm watching on the kind of the OBS chat. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay, I know everybody hates hands, right? So, my advice is don't be afraid to experiment with these kinds of lines, just to make things pop out a bit more. You can always erase them. And also, don't be afraid to kind of not make it one, you know, to line things off in essence. Do you know what I mean? Twitch said my app wasn't updated after I'd updated and really... Nice. Nice, good job. Well done, Twitch. Good as always. It's a good hand, yo. It is. I'm quite, like I said, I'm quite pleased with how it turned out, considering how little time it took. I actually used this reference, but kind of flipped it. I mean, you can see it there, can't you? I mean, it's really, like, blurry. In some ways, it almost makes it more useful, because you can almost see the values of what's going on. I wanted to say I would love to see someone do John Wick pissed off at losing his dog and using Sith powers to get revenge. Wow. Just wow. Now, the only problem with doing this kind of complicated hand style is kind of the fact that now that he's got the sort of like the van braces on, that then becomes an absolute chore to get right. I've actually never seen John Wick. I think it came out roughly the time where I stopped having access to a cinema. That one kind of needs to tuck in behind a bit. Chancy's with me. Not seen. I don't think I've seen a new movie in years. No, you kind of get to that age, don't you? I've heard it is really good. And the action scenes are, like, mad. Around this area is bugging me. So... we're gonna get out our trusty liquefy tool. Yeah. And just go. Boop. There we go. It's better. It's better. Right, and obviously he's got these kind of things going on as well, isn't he? So many hoops, man. Damn it, Revan. What is with the hoops? In this scenario, I think I'm going to do a new layer. Just because I don't trust myself. So it kind of comes around the front there-ish, doesn't it? I remember playing Lego Star Wars as a kid and making the most messed up character combinations. Yes. 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 I actually have it on Steam, but I've never used it because my old computer wasn't powerful enough to play it, which is quite embarrassing. Plus also there's a new one coming out next year, isn't there? Which looks awesome. Sith C-3PO. Was it in Dr. Aphra where there's literally like a bad C-3PO? I think it is. Like a black C-3PO with evil red eyes. I can't remember what his name was. Sith Leia. That sounds awesome. Oh my god, Jar Jar. My brother and I always played it on the PS2 and always fought over being the floppy-eared guy. Please tell me it's Jar Jar. Yes. Mr. Jar Jar Binks. Mr. Your humble servant. Yes. Misa collapses in it. Uh-oh. I mean, where else on Twitch, right, can you find chilled out, relaxing music combined with Darth Revan and some idiot British guy making Jar Jar Binks sounds? I mean, come on. You guys have got the package here. Now, in this reference, it's a bit odd, isn't it? It's like they're coming off the armor itself. And the one in the middle is just kind of there because cool. I need to get some mods in here to kick Chansey every time that she says the word Power Ranger. That's not even face palm, that's face plam. Like, I'm not even going to spell face palm right for what I'm feeling right now. That's how embarrassing it is. Face plam. Plam. So yeah, once that's done, kind of works. We then get these bad boys. Nice and rough. People say I'm always really good at doing clothes and cloth and stuff. It's like, yeah, I just put massive folds everywhere. It seems to generally turn out okay. I can't wait to finish this year so I can get back into art. Your art was ridiculously good. Like, it's really intricate. How's it going, Burbs? I saw you pop in earlier, but I didn't say anything. How's it going? Hope all's good. Right, 8 people in the chat is probably the most we've had since that very first live stream for the prize draw at one time. Like, we have loads of people pop in and out, but today we're doing good. Thank you all Thank you. And two of us are sitting next to each other. It's okay. The statistics do not know that. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm very well. I'm very well. Thank you for asking. Honestly, I wish this had started off a little bit better, but we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. There's no rush. If it takes 15 streams, then that's what it will take. Make Chansey let me teach her how to do 3D sculpting. Chansey, do what Dan says. I have too many hobbies already. That, yeah, okay. And too many pets. Don't forget about the pets. Burbs, are you working on anything tonight? Never. Do it. Do it. This bit is going to be an absolute bitch, if I'm being honest. So, kind of get that going around there. That looks a bit nicer. And then kind of need to give the feeling that that is the same here, don't we? So it's kind of got tiny little bits coming out there, and the rest of it, fortunately, I think it's covered by the hand, so we may have got away with it. Because of you and some others, I walk around the house randomly going, do it. Thanks a bunch. Do it. At the moment, I'm working on a Meet the Artist. A Meet the Artist post, I'm assuming you mean. To get 300 followers. Go for it. Go for it. Oh my god, Applehead do that too. Yeah, Burbs, Applehead reached 300 today. So, I'm sure if you're nice to her, she'll put out the word and try and help you get there. If anything, Art Hub, you know what? We need to get on the stories and we need to share Burbs' art. Okay? Let's get Burbs to 300. Do it. I look away for 5 minutes and you've already done the lines. Trust me, this is going to take a lot longer than this. This is just the base lines. A lot of this is going to change. But I tell you, but again, this is why I make sure that I do the body silhouette first, because otherwise it will take me absolutely forever. It will probably take me about, not with my luck, it will take me 5 streams just to do the body. I can fly. Go away. What's your Insta ceiling? Yeah, Burbs, do you want me to bring it up on screen so people can see you and follow you? In fact, I'll do it anyway. Hold on. Just gonna get it up. And you can clip that out as well if you want to. Okie dokie. There we go. That's it, isn't it? You're really close, actually. Followed. Followed. Whilst I'm here, because I've got way too many followers, I'm just going to quickly do that. I know I've followed half of these already, liked half of these already, but... in fact, I've missed a lot. I hate it with this new system that they've got. Right? Because I missed so many posts. Oh my god, there's so many. You get the point. There you go. Go follow, people. Go follow. Are we all followed? I'm gonna assume so. There we go. Hey, Capitano. Good job, team. We're a community. Don't forget that. I'm just the asshole at the top of the list. Speaking of new Insta stuff, they may or may not disable sharing posts on stories. Why? I've not heard that. I look at stuff on it sometimes. The problem is once you get to like, the problem with getting to like 1,000 followers is that you end up following so many people back, especially when you're an idiot like me. So inevitably, loads of people who you actually want to follow and like you get on well with, you end up missing, especially if you haven't got the notifications. Sometimes even if you got the notifications, they pop up like 5 at the same time and you can only view 1 and it gets rid of the notifications for all of them. But yeah, I'm assuming the Europe stuff that actually is about Brexit. It must be. I've got no idea. But that would be an assumption. Everything I've posted over the last month decreases each time. Yes, exactly. Right? I've only this week actually started getting followers again. It's been like, I went from 100 to 1,000 in, like, what was it? Between, was it April? I think it was April. April and September? And then from September, when they brought out that new update, and then obviously there was the election, it just stopped growing completely. And I mean completely. Yes, exactly. And then, like Applehead, suddenly this week, I've suddenly started getting a load more again. I've got no idea what's going on. I thought I had a problem with my art because Ahsoka is flopping. Now again, right, my Ahsoka flopped big time. And obviously we spent 4 streams doing that, which I wasn't best pleased about. But yeah, it got good likes, but it got like 0 followers. And the reach was something stupid like 13. And obviously we're used to Ahsoka pictures doing really, really well. And you would have thought, especially that week, bearing in mind I posted it the day after The Mandalorian, it would have done quite well. It's a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy. It is. I don't like it. Right, so kind of goes under, doesn't it? So but I've only been active this past year and a half and went from 100 to 300, so I was happy. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've said to you guys before, I was on it for 2 years. Like, and I was under 100. So it's not a problem. You just kind of need that one post which kind of gets you started, honestly. The Ahsoka painting you did shouldn't have flopped. Thank you, Kay. It got a lot of views on Teespring, which was odd. Didn't get many sales, but... well, I say many. Didn't get any sales other than yours. But again, I put it on DeviantArt. And it got 6,000 views. Whereas on Instagram it got like 300. So that's a positive. You've got to take the positives from stuff. But yeah, that whole thing that I was speaking to you about in terms of DeviantArt, it might be worth following up, but just don't spread it, because then, you know what will happen? The same thing will happen again. DeviantArt will blow up again because Instagram is so poor. And then you'll end up not getting any reach there, and you'll end up going back again, and it's just a vicious circle. The hashtags are fucked. They're totally fucked. I'm just going to cheat here. I had high hopes for Artful. The problem was it just kept crashing. I don't think they thought it was going to be as popular. But I think it highlighted the need to, you know, find another platform. And it highlighted that Instagram just wasn't cutting it anymore. The fact that so many people went on so quick. But the problem is it costs so much to, you know, it's relatively cheap to create an app like that, but to actually maintain it takes a lot of money. Does ArtStation actually work like social media? It does, yeah. I think, Dan, you're on it as well, aren't you? It does, but it's a lot higher quality stuff, and you get much lower reach. It's very good in terms of the newsletters and everything that you get out, and the articles that are on it, in terms of actually getting into the industry itself. But let's say in terms of sort of social reach, you're not going to reach many people on it unless you're an extremely high level artist. Yeah, exactly. Again, you kind of go on it and you look at it and you think, my god, like, how do I compare to the artists that are on here? I mean, even my good posts on ArtStation have probably got like 4 likes each. Anyone with Android, have you heard about art? Yeah, Apple, we were just talking about that. We were just talking about Artful. The problem is, they kind of grew too quick, and it's all kind of crashed. So, because it crashed, and it was, you know, constantly crashing so early on, it's not hugely used. And I think they actually closed the ability to sign up for it, because they just couldn't handle the requests, or the server couldn't handle it. It only seems to allow for like 3 hashtags per post. On what? ArtStation or Artful? Artful. I think it does allow more. They're just an absolute pain in the ass to type in. It's not a bad start, is it? yeah, I might try and go back on it and see how it works. Like, obviously I know how it works because I've got a lot of my art on there, but again, the reach on there was okay. I think it's good for challenges and stuff because they've got an entire like challenges section, so stuff like draw this in your style and all that kind of stuff, it's easy to follow. But in terms of it working the same way as Instagram in terms of follows and everything, you ain't gonna get half as big a reach because it's ironically only artists are using it at the minute, not regular people, so you've got no chance of being picked up by your fandom followers, for example, or people who just happen to like the fandom or like that style of art who don't draw themselves. When I type them, it only shows the first 3. No, yeah, same. You can keep typing, but again, it's a really glitchy app, so it goes off screen and you can barely like see it. But yeah, like it's that tricky balance. I mean, I've often thought if I had the money, maybe investing and doing something similar like that, like what Artful did, but maybe actually expand it out so that you could, for example, it wouldn't just be artists, it would be, let's say, artists and musicians and people, you know, I don't know, people to do with drama or whatever, and between and maybe even video producers, etc. And it's got specific sections for each of those, and then you could go between each other. So, for example, if a small artist wanted to get an album cover done by an artist, they could find that artist. If an artist wanted to do a speed paint and use somebody's music, which fitted a certain style in the background, they could find each other. That kind of thing. Game developers, exactly. Almost have it's like a cross-networking kind of style thing. But it all takes money, and right now that is not something that is coming very quickly. Like Fiverr for artists, kind of, but it's more social. The problem with Fiverr is it pushes down the prices so much because it's people outside the industry, you know, just you know what I mean? Like, it really pushes down the prices for everybody. Like, you can get really good stuff done for about a $5, but that means that everybody else, in order to actually get that work, offers it for less, and then less, and then less, and it's chaos waiting to happen. Whereas at least if it was a social media platform first, it's more about the intermingling, and then potentially, you know, it's potentially business second. Like, I used to do some jobs and stuff on Upwork, and by the time the client was happy with what you'd done, it was, you know, you've been paid £10, €10, which is what, like 20 Australian dollars, something like that, about $15 for 3 days worth of work, and it was just pointless. And that's where the whole thing that you were talking about yesterday in the chat comes in terms of, you know, not underselling your work, because you then force other artists to do higher quality work for cheaper. I know I'm, you know, I put mine reasonably cheap, but I did tattoo designs that I never got paid for, so to say I asked for deposits up front. Yeah, exactly. I've done a lot of tattoo designs. They've been for friends, fortunately, and I did it just for exposure at the time, but again, it's one of them things, isn't it? And where do they go? kind of go in. Hold on. Just put it on full screen. They kind of go beneath the arm, don't they? And then probably back and around, and they connect to this. That would make sense. Wouldn't it, chat? That would make sense. But yeah, deposits are very, very useful. I mean, that is one of the advantages of going through someone like, for example, that's the reason why I went with Kofi. Partly because at that point, not a lot of people were. I just happened to come across it. But it also means that because you're going through a reputable company anyway, likelihood is the customer will pay up front and they would hold it until you get paid. I don't need to be fussy about that, that's going to get deleted anyway. Okay, and that actually comes... I always thought it'd come out the front, but it doesn't, does it? 50% deposit, blimey. Nice. Fuck. You didn't see that or hear that. This is the way. Now, I've learnt my lesson from last time, and I'm going to do the tiny details on the armoring and the lightsabers first, because that caught me out last time. I just left it blank. It did not end well. Just put some little lines there as well. I don't know why I'm going so in-depth with this, because it's all going to get painted over anyway. Chance he died. Did she fall asleep? She's gone. She's not coming back. Now we've merged into one bit. Wow. Oh, so that's why the viewers have gone down, is it? Okay. That makes sense. Let's have a little quick sneak peek at who's in here. Oh. Oh. Hello, everybody. There's some newbies in here. I mean, they might be bots. Often they're bots. With really ominous names. But if there is any new people there, today we're drawing Darth Revan, and I'm being British, and, you know, Saki, because that's what we do. Now I might just disappear that for a bit. I mean, by itself it doesn't look awful already. Where are you? Show yourselves. That's alright, people in these streams tend to lurk quite a lot. See, as soon as I called them out, the number's gone down again. Where is it? There. Bless them. But people were busy with their own artwork and stuff, so that's all cool. Now I'm bracing myself for this hand to go wrong, 'cause it was the lightsaber hand which went wrong on the Ahsoka stream. I think it's looking alright so far. We'll only know when I come around to actually painting it. Now, hello Mira! Hello, welcome. You're just in time. I'm not sure what for, but you're just in time. Chansey says hi Mira. Chansey has died, isn't she? Let's see. Now that's at the top, isn't it? So it's kind of... This is where lightsabers become tricky, because you've got to do the hand based around what's already there. I poked her with a stick and she didn't move. Yeah, well, I mean, that's not too different to a sim, really, is it? If we're being totally honest. So let's... It does kind of go off bottom, doesn't it? Like that. Make this smaller. Mira, how was work? Does work exist today? Did you have fun rushing home in traffic? In Germany. Deutschland. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? My phone just died, I'm alive. Okay. So, it kind of goes down this front here, doesn't it? So, let's add that in. Again, a lot of this stuff looks really, really odd at the minute, but it all changes when I start painting. Work is boring and stressful as always. Hooray, adulthood! Yay! I had interesting stories in the metro. What did you do? You didn't have a suspicious-looking briefcase, did you? Kind of there. Probably a bad place to put your button, but yeah, I haven't spoken in such a long time. Aber nicht again. I pretty much remember Wie heißt du, and that's about it, I swear. Because the English language schools are horrendous. Yeah, so today, Mira, anyway, we're doing it slightly differently from before. I'm actually going on, because the armor is so intricate, I'm going to actually draw everything out first, instead of the whole copy, cut and, you know what I mean, for the colouring. And then we're going to shade over the top of it and build it like that. Not that, but a woman was sitting against a man. She sneezed and the man jumped from his seat and ran away. Well. Well. Cool, new approach. Yes, new approach. I don't know how well it's going to go. I've already warned the others, we're experimenting quite a lot today. Did they have masks on? Oh, God. That makes sense. Now you've said that. This brave new world that we live in. Well, that's good to know. Otherwise, I'm sure the entire train would be contaminated. I feel as though my camera's slightly further up today. I don't know what's happened. I know I'm short, but geez. I'm not going to go too intricate on that lightsaber at the minute, just because I know that area there is going to get covered by light anyway, so. Also, I love Legends lightsabers because although they look awesome, they're ridiculously impractical. However, they actually released a model version of this lightsaber, and when I'm a rich and famous artist, it's the first thing on my list of totally pointless buys. Just because this character's my boy. Get lost. That kind of works. Chansey and I are going to Sleepland now. Good luck with the rest of the artwork. Thank you. See you later, guys. Thanks for staying up until 4 AM. You absolute mad hatters. Jesus. Take it easy. Don't do anything Yan wouldn't. 5 AM? You're insane. Go to bed. Then again, it is Chansey, and we've all seen what her sim is like. Yeah, it's a little bit off. Probably just going to make this 10 times worse. Applehead speaks German. Yes, to Australian people, apparently. Not really, my mother can though. Why not? I swear to God, if this fly keeps... You probably can't see it. It's right there. Oh, there it goes. Hey, that'll do for now. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Mira, are you working on something tonight? Definitely. Wow. Woo, go language. I mean, she has to take the apple off her head before she can speak it, but... That's not looking too bad. Oh my. There's a hell of a gust of wind going on out there. If I go offline at any point, I apologise, it's probably a power cut. Because the electricity cables around here seem to have a habit of falling or getting broken in the wind. Right when you're in the middle of doing something. The study figure drawing. Yeah, I am not going to be able to get that done. Especially considering we're going to do this tomorrow as well. That's your project for tonight. Power! Power! I love that reference though. So I can't go too much into detail because of the younglings, but yeah. The skin colour is really nice. It's totally different to what we've had before. I was actually going to put a message in and say, at some point, I would happily extend it by a couple of weeks and put in some, let's say, plus size models or different skin tones or ethnicities or whatever, if people want it. But it looks like people are getting bored of generic white girls, so they're doing it themselves. Let's get, which reference do we go for the armor? This one's straight on. Let's do that. You at least did the previous week one. I did. That one was hard, actually. Like, of all of the figure study drawings that we did, that one I enjoyed the least. I don't know what it was. It looked like it should be the easiest one out of the ones we had, but I really struggled with it. Or I cannot focus on my drawing without music. I'm going to leave for a bit too. Thanks for turning up, and we'll speak to you later. Cheers, Jan. Have fun painting. Or drawing, or whatever it is you're doing, musicking. That has gone totally wrong. How has that angle happened? Oh my god. Does that work? Does that work? That's better. Yeah. Everybody turned up, then Mira came, and now everybody's leaving. Also, I'm not sure if she's still here, but it does look like she's here. Karina, I saw on your story the other day you were doing some kind of figure models for yourself. Oh, there she is. Yeah. I'm still here. Your live is playing in the background now. I've just worked on drawing. Okay, fair enough. They just kind of looked kind of reminiscent of what we were doing, just with slightly more clothing. But you do need to join, at least for 1 week, at some point. I'm still here, your live is playing. I don't know what it was. There was one which was kind of like, I think it was the girl in the dress, where sounds ridiculously generic, which was kind of from an upwards angle with the legs showing. I thought that one was really good. You didn't seem to like it in that story, but I followed the singer Kalani on personal and saw nice pictures of her and wanted to sketch them. That's fair enough. Why not? What's the difference between that and fan art? There's none, is there? Really? So, I've actually kind of moved the center line of this kind of here of an ISO. Let's take that right down. That's a bit better, isn't it? And honestly, I have no idea who Kalani is. Oh, an idiot. It's on the wrong bloody... Of course he is. It's on the wrong layer. There we go. Yeah, who is it? I see thousands of Ariana Grandes. Which I'm not complaining about. I'm googling her now. Now these bits of the armor always get me for some reason, and I don't know why. They're almost kind of like eye shapes. I know I'm not going with them exactly, but again, you see in every reference of Revan, like, they're always different. So I'm just going to go my own way with it. Okay, I'm making a fully rendered Kalani fan art. Do it! Do it. Do it. That kind of comes in a bit, doesn't it? So dips in and comes back around the outside. And heads over there. Cool, you have to show us later. Whip. Whip. So many tattoos, that's going to be a struggle. It is. You know what I found with tattoos though is just try not to give the impression of the tattoos as much as you can without actually doing them 100% right. Because if you try and do them 100% right, you are going to be there for like literally days. Do it. Kind of comes down like that, and then there's the triangle bit there, isn't there? So that comes up, bends around a bit, there we go. Nice. How are we looking, chat? I think the head's a bit big, if I'm being honest, but yeah, it's ridiculous how many details there are. I've not even started on the robe yet, and that is always like the most tricky. But that I might might well do the way that I normally do it, in terms of kind of just silhouetting the hell out of it and seeing where it goes. So, I've got that. We kind of need to get rid of that line. Looks so clean. That's not the word I would use. Sketch game is strong. The sketch game is strong with you. Yeah, there's little bits which need touching up. Like that needs to kind of hang a bit more. Yeah, it's not too bad. Let's see. I've probably missed something somewhere. I haven't. That's a new one. Okay. Normally there's always tiny little lines which have been missed, which means I can't then fill with colour. So what I like to do is, once I've got that first sketch down, I fill it with the same colour. Looks a bit odd. Then turn down that opacity. Then if I bring up the background again, it's kind of just a case of making it stand out a bit more. I can tell this one is going to get a lot of attention. You say that, we also said the same thing about Ahsoka. And again, like we said, that flopped. I really wish it does. But just the way that these things seem to be working right now. So that's okay, I think. So, dare I do it? What I'm going to do, because I'm going to be safe, I'm going to merge it into a group as it is, duplicate it, take that one, whoop, I'm just going to put it at the back, then this one will merge, just so we've got a spare. I'm going to turn the opacity down on it a bit. And we can start working on the cloak. Because actually looking at it, the cloak does kind of come in front as well, doesn't it? The hood does anyway. Here, I'll make it a bit bigger. See what I mean? It kind of, it's almost like the hood is separate from the cloak itself. And I'm pretty sure he actually wears two. So he's got one which is connected to his shoulder pads, and he's got one underneath it. Again, that's terrible looking one. Let's see. Because it's kind of connected to the leather there. I mean, seriously, right? That is some seriously cool cosplay. Look how much care has gone into that. That's ridiculous. How much money must that have cost? Anyway, yeah, the cloak. Just bring the whole lot up. So for this, we're going to go for a massive big old brush and be as clumsy as we want. Might make it a little bit darker as well. Now, I'm going to be locking that as well because I know how clumsy I can be. Now, I can't tell whether I want the robes to be sort of go in that way or that way. Let's try them both and give me some opinions. So the hood always kind of, I always think it looks nice to have almost like a little lip on the hood, in the front there. A little poke at the back. Might turn this up actually. I might actually make it even lower. See, this is where it starts to get quite messy. Just playing around with those shapes, seeing if you can find something which looks right with what you've already done. So it kind of comes out, doesn't it? But at the same time, it comes round the front. It's poking out there. Let's give it kind of like a little fold. Now, I know for you guys that weren't here at the beginning of the Ahsoka stream, this process is going to look a little weird. But you'll kind of see the thought process behind it a bit later. So that's reasonably good. If we imagine it as well as kind of, in fact, I think it's in front, isn't it? Got parts of it which pop out there. Turn this to a smaller brush. So this angle is actually quite difficult to get good cloak at, because you don't want to take too much of the screen up. At the same time, it's a big feature, so it's like the positioning of it is surprisingly tough to get right. Especially in terms of that silhouette. Like that could almost come up a bit. I'm gonna go put a Santa hat on my profile picture off return. Sure, why not? Enjoy. Have fun with that. I'm curious to see if it goes over the apple or under the apple. Again, it's kind of like, for example, if I put it there and get rid of over, makes sense. I mean, is it going to be following the apple? Is it going to be following the apple which is following your head? I just don't know. This is the questions. You need to know these things. The headcanon. It's like, yeah, if you zoom out, that doesn't look quite right. That kind of does, I guess. Like, when you're doing cloaks straight on, they're relatively easy. But when it gets to this kind of angle, maybe it's worth doing it something kind of like that. needs to swing upwards with it, doesn't it? So it almost looks like that line is connected. Greener, I assume you watched the ridiculously edited Sims highlights. I know 5 hours worth of stream is a little bit heavy. Unless you're ridiculously bored, like Chansey was. I still can't believe her and Dan watched the entire thing. Although it did wonders for my YouTube watch time. That's not right. Guild. Take this down a bit. Yeah. You can tell I'm concentrating a lot more on this stream. I don't know why, but there's just something. For whatever reason, maybe it's because Ahsoka's done so much that, like, her costume becomes ingrained in your brain. But this one is just that little bit more tricky, probably because it's. Can fly. Is that much more complex? Would you? There's always one. And it won't go away. It's gonna make great viewing on the YouTube video. Ollie melts down over a fly. Now, I don't know how well this is going to work, but you're going to kind of see why I don't care about being messy in a bit. And that kind of works. Then we come to the fun part. If I do that, maybe expand it by about 10. Go back to this original layer. I've then got the exact, inverse it. Then got the exact areas which I know I need to erase. So it allows me to get what we used to have back in front without wasting a load of time trying to do it by hand. It's surprising how just little tricks like that save you so much time. Again, now it looks as though the cape is behind him. So if I get rid of that, doesn't look too bad. Bring that darkness down again, but we'll take that down. And now that we've got that kind of basic shape, we can then go with a much smaller brush and go really dark and kind of get in those details based on the silhouettes which we've already put down, which is a massive time saver. Because you've already created the shape roughly. And you can also add in those bits of those little folds and what have you. Everybody's gone. Jeez. They've left Ollie to his doom. I'm here. I know here you're here. I told you as soon as you arrived, everybody else left. That's okay. We still love you. Just roughly get them folds in. Same on the other side. I'm pretty sure Karina's still here as well, but I think she's playing piano, so she can't. She's not listening. It's all good. Don't worry about it. We cool. Yeah, this always happens. It does, doesn't it? You have bad timing. That's okay. Where's Candice been the last few weeks? Well, last few weeks. Last couple of streams. I've spoke to I can't even remember actually. I think it must have been after the last stream. And then obviously she couldn't make the following one because of Thanksgiving. And she's gone off the radar a bit. Yeah. Yup, Amy. she's busy doing art collabs and 6 fan arts. There's a lot of those going on at the minute, isn't there? There's loads of those, what are they called? Those ones where you do the most popular 9 or whatever. I've seen them kind of popping up all over the place. Right, I think that's alright. So it all looks really flipping scrappy at the minute, but we can work on that. Yeah, she did that, was it like a collab with 2 other artists where one coloured, well, one did line art, one rendered and one coloured, or something along those lines, I think. By the way, I'm not sure, but there's another artist who does Star Wars fan art and he wanted to join the Discord. That's fine, not a problem. I'm pretty sure the link is in my bio anyway. No, that's fine. Whenever he comes in fact, pop him a message. It's not a problem. I'm sure one of the others will welcome him, and as long as you're kind of there to say hello, because I like to make sure that everybody who does come into the Discord is like welcomed nicely and whatever when they come in, because there's so many servers out there where you kind of join and then you go into the introduce yourself page and then nobody speaks. It's a bit awkward, and then people just never come back again. So I always like to have at least one person there to welcome them in, and either myself or one of the reps to let them know how everything works, and they're always about, and you know, here to help. Yes, that's what she did, but she has some more collabs and drawings in your styles on their schedule in December. I've had to ban myself from doing them, honestly. Like, they're a nice pick-me-up every now and again, but especially if you're struggling, but get nice and dark. How's that shape looking? Does that kind of work? It's quite dramatic, isn't it? Of course, everybody leaves when I'm going to ask people for feedback. Yes, it's so much in December, like every second post is draw this in your style. It is. It is. Like I said, I've kind of banned myself from doing it. Shape is awesome. Thank you. I like it. I think it makes such a difference when you do the cloak kind of flying backwards. Like, it works when you kind of do it like that, but there's just something about it which is just a bit plain. But no, I think that just adds just that extra depth which you need, especially when you start doing, you know, a little bit more shade in here and there. That's how I felt in October. It really did. Like, October was chaos. It was absolute chaos. Sorry guys, don't mind me drinking on stream. The foreshortening of the hand is cool. I really have this feeling that the hand will pop out of the screen. I do love, like, when you've got that kind of, you know, hand popping out at you. But it's really difficult to do, and it's not because the hand is difficult to do. It's because like the arm underneath it. Like the hand is pretty easy, but it's when you come to the foreshortening of the arm that, like, if you put the wrong thing in the wrong place, it just ends up looking a total mess. Oh, that good water. October was also Inktober, and draw this in your start time. It was chaos, it actually was. I don't think I got through so many. And the problem was, it all seemed to be people who I knew. Like within our like little circle, there was so many. And a couple have popped up, like for example bookies, in like the last month, and I've done like 3 of hers already, and I just got to the stage where I was just like, I'm worn out and I just can't I just can't do another one. It's difficult, but when you do it right, the effect is really cool. It is. You could see on my Talon piece. I'll get it up. Hold on. Hold on. Where are we? There it is. Like that. The hand, weirdly, here was the easiest part to do. It was getting that arm right and going backwards, which was quite difficult, because in certain angles it just didn't look like, it looked too close to that arm and then too far away from the hand, and it was just an absolute mess. And also, it's ridiculously difficult to get that lightning effect as well. And I'm an idiot because I didn't write down how I did it. So I want to do something similar to that lightning on this one. We'll see. That one's a masterpiece. Thank you. I was proud of this one. Yeah. Yeah, it did come out really cool. I had a lot of fun with it. Oh, no, that's not the one I want. That's the one I want. Actually, I might just cover this bit over as well, because sod it. If I duplicate this one as well, does that work? Maybe multiply it a little bit, just to bring out those darker shades. That will then give me a nice base from which to start doing that lighting. Hooray for lighting! Well, not lighting, but you know what I mean. Now, should I go back to full screen? Thinking I need to do a flip very quickly. Actually, I'll tell you what, that's not half bad, considering I've not actually flipped it yet. Everything looks to be roughly in line. Also, I can't tell whether I like it that way or that way. I mean, this one, I think this one, this way looks pretty good. But it occurs to me that it's the same hand pushing forward as the Talon one, which kind of makes me want to do it the opposite way around, but I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, we've got that cool part done, so I'm just gonna quickly go ahead and just below this layer I'm gonna get down some more of that dark colour. Let's get rid of that bit where it's been cut out. And a bit around the hand as well. Let's take away that really bright contrast. And a bit behind there as well. Oh, and by the way, because it's because I've started doing these a bit earlier, so that the guys in Oz can pop in earlier. I'm doing an extra hour overall, so I'm going to take a break at past, probably between 15-20 minutes, and that means obviously you guys can disappear and do what you want to do as well, and then we'll be back at quarter to the hour, whatever hour it is that you're in, 45, and we'll continue on. So again, I kind of like where we are with this one, so I'm going to group it. Fucking fly, Jesus. Duplicate it. We'll use that one for later. And I'm just going to merge this. And we'll start up with some lighting. Perfect, I'm going to use the time to have dinner. That's a very fast dinner. I'm impressed. So, it's probably a little bit too light. Let's take that opacity right down. Maybe make it slightly grayer. I hope this time I won't cut myself. Well, yeah. I mean, I was a little bit concerned that your sim might do the same thing as well, if I'm being honest. But you're not as bad as Karina, setting herself on fire. So at this point I'm not thinking about doing the lighting hugely, it's more about those shapes. Just bringing out those folds. Actually at this point I'm going to take this off screen for a minute because I don't really need it. Let's change this to close up. There's always a little bit of light that seeps in on the inside of cloaks, and it just adds that little bit of extra dynamism to it. You see already, that's all. I've literally gone over with one set of lighting. That's already brought out a huge amount. The next one I'm just going to go slightly smaller in terms of the brush. Let's make another layer. Again, let's just add some of that lighting in. You notice I'm always just doing one side. And quite often, again, a nice little tip for when you're doing this sort of part of the process is I always tend to do circles, especially with paintings, because it just allows so much more movement when you actually come to blending stuff together. See what I mean? That doesn't quite work. I mean, some shading might fix it later, but we'll roll with it for now. It's important to go through with every single part of the painting with this, because you're just adding that movement, but you can obviously distinguish between the darker areas and the lighter areas much later on. So it's just, again, it's about getting that roundness. And on the next layer, of course, I'm gonna go to a much lighter tone, which will then help distinguish between all these different parts. I mean, honestly, I think I've done the background a lot darker than I normally would, but it will probably come in handy a lot later, because obviously he's dressed all in black. No, I sometimes like just to give a little bit of shine on these far edges as well, because it just makes them pop a little bit, especially when you've got a black background. That took a little longer than I expected, but I'm back now. I'm back now, one. It's good to see that you're back now, one. Ooh, progress. I know, it's surprisingly quick, to be fair. So in essence, at the minute, we are on the what I like to call the first lighting phase. So I'm just putting down bits of area of grey over this top, and in essence, we're kind of 3D modelling it. So every layer we're going to go over slightly lighter, and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and that's where you start to get these nice little details in. So you can see, like, this is really scrappy, the way I'm doing it, but over time it will kind of build up to something which looks a lot nicer. It's just about, it kind of helps you get those dark shadows in as well. Yeah, Applehead, it's funny, you've just come back now, but we were just saying that because I'm now doing 5-hour streams instead of 4, at past we're gonna disappear for a 15 to 20 minute break, so that I can have a walk around and grab something to drink and eat and whatever, and then we'll be back. Plus, I know that you guys don't... it's difficult to watch me ramble for 5 hours solid without a break. But yeah, I think this one may actually take longer than Ahsoka did, just because there's so many intricate details. They're just everywhere. Again, I said right at the beginning of the stream, I totally forget just how complicated his armor is. But this is actually always one of the most fun parts, I find, because you can be quite free with what you're doing. Like, there's no pressure to be perfect with this bit, whereas with that drawing right at the beginning, there's still quite a lot of pressure to get things right. Whereas for this, it's all about that illusion. Actually, I may, for these bits here, might do it on another layer, just to get that base lighting down. A bit like that. So it gets that nice kind of roundness. Then, I'm just going to quickly get the eraser tool and just get rid of some of those shadows. Yeah, that kind of works, doesn't it? But yeah, this stage is fun because it's nice and scrappy, nice and loose. It's all about building form and getting those values right. And it will make all the difference later on when we start adding colour. See, that's kind of worked, isn't it? It's kind of gone to the back. Actually, thinking about it, I kind of need to missed a bit there. So merge that one down. You know what I mean? This is the most satisfying part. I've been doing this for literally like 3 minutes. And then you can just start playing with the button and seeing how much you've actually done and accomplished with so little work. Again, I don't need to worry too much about the specific lighting during this stage, because that will come in a lot later as we come in and we do more and more layers over the top. And obviously I've kind of missed that area of black there, but I'll go back and do that later. There is actually that one there as well, isn't there? This is always a nice excuse because you're going over really roughly, so therefore you can change the shape slightly if you want to. Honestly, I've been a bit of an idiot there, because that's supposed to be a little bit darker. So that's supposed to be slightly more in the background. The one thing you got to be careful about this part is that you sometimes start doing things which you shouldn't, because it's so loose and free that you kind of lose yourself in it too much. Yeah, that's a lot better. Makes more sense. Tiny little bits there as well, isn't there? Let's also get some in the robes a bit. Again, I might do a similar thing as I did with the top there and kind of get some movement going whilst over the top, and then just erasing around like bits that I don't want to be quite so dark. Bit like that. That more little pockets of darkness that you managed to put back in really help with the blending process later, because even already just one layer of, you know, still reasonably dark grey, I've already added so much definition, and there's already that shadow in behind from what we've already done. And of course, if I wanted to, I could turn it down a bit later to really bring out those highlights, but I'm going to leave it as is for the minute, just whilst I do the rest of it. There's only 5 minutes towards, before the break anyway, so it's always a good idea me having a break, because you can hear already my voice is going a bit of course. Yeah, so you can already tell the lightsaber is going to be so much easier for me to do later this time, because I'm doing it straight away instead of being an absolute idiot like I was last time. Can we squeeze in the helmet before the break? I think we can, can't we? Why not? At the very least, just give it some little bit of a lift. course, we know there's going to be quite a lot of shadow that's going to be underneath here, but we can again just fix it up later. And even on this kind of visory bit, it's nice just to put that little bit of shine in. It just adds that movement. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good already. Let's just touch up some of the cape, because we got a few minutes left. Whoop, add just a little bit of roundness on the top there. Again, I might just go round these edges here, just with a little bit of highlight, a little bit of rim lighting to make it pop a bit. I always find that makes all the difference, especially later on. Just a little touch here and there, just to emphasize that movement. And just before we go, just going to add a wee bit more. Whoop. Into these areas. So you can leave some bits really dark, but you want to kind of get rid of it as much as you can, because you can always play with it again later. Yeah, there we go. For the first 2.5 hours, that isn't too bad. But yeah, we're going to go for a quick break. So, guys, do what you need to do. And we'll be back in between 15 and 20 minutes. Okay? Peace out. And we're back. Everybody's probably left. Oh well, never mind. I'll see you all when you come back. Oh my god, you're actually here? What the hell? I was looking at the stream. There's like this little tool thing, which I've got on the stream, which allows me to see who's in the chat, even if they're not talking, and you don't appear on it. So that was a bit of a surprise. How's it going? Literally, I'm looking at it now. Obviously, this thing where is it? This thing here said that there's one person in here, which is a little bit weird because there's only you, although there was like 8 people for a while, and I'm looking at it and there's only bots, so probably it's broken. I don't know. What can I say? You are a ghost. You are a path. What can I say? What can I say? But yeah, we're doing quite well. I am doing okay. Thank you so much for asking. A path, yes, exactly. What can I say? All green and glowy and, you know, hanging around Gunther Munches. Yeah, so, we started with this. We drew some stuff, we put in some shading, we then moved on. We added a cloak. Hooray! Hooray for cloak. And now we've just added some lighting. So, we're progressing quite well. And now we continue. Wreaking havoc. Exactly, that's what he does. Bless him. Bless him. Looks good, I like the composition. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It actually took quite a while to get the cape right. I mean, it's not perfect as it is, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I said earlier on in the chat when the others were here, like, Revan's just one of those characters where... Hold on, I'll see if I can get him up. He's one of those characters where I find... where he looks really simple, but when you actually look at the details, there's so much there. There he is. Like, for example, in this, there's so many tiny little details that you totally forget about. And there's also so much texturing. And that is an awesome cosplay, by the way. But yeah, we kind of used that as the base model. Oof, good luck. Yeah, exactly. Well, but we ain't doing too bad. Thing is, with those tiny details, they're quite easy. Like, for example, the little hooks and stuff are quite easy to add much later. But it's those kind of, especially with the armor, like, it's quite difficult to do those kinds of bits later and have them look natural with the rest of the piece. So yeah, we'll do it now. And I was also shocked that when I flip it, it doesn't actually look that bad. Which is a first. Probably does need to be a little bit nicked and tucked, but yeah, we going well. It looks great flipped. Thank you. It does. Again, half of me's like, I almost like it better this way, but nah. I think I do need to nip and tuck it a bit, but I'll do it later. Right. Right. See, that's exactly what I thought. That I kind of wanted, almost as if you could kind of have them next to each other and they're facing the opposite directions. But I said that earlier. I mean, the thing is, with it flipped, I kind of need to nip and tuck the hand a bit and maybe bring out that area. But I can be brave. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to group it. We're going to duplicate it. What am I doing? We're going to merge it. And we'll actually try it. We'll see how good it works. I'm just going to quickly put in that dark area again, just to... because it's bugging me. Better. Digital art, everybody. Digital art. Digital art. Hello, my name is Ellie, and I'm a digital artist. What? You missed it earlier. I was doing Jar Jar Binks impressions. Jiggly. Jiggly artist. Jiggly artist? Jiggly artist. Oh god. Why are you not undoing? For God's sake. That's alright. Not to worry. That works. I think I'm glad to have missed Jar Jar. No, you're not. No, you're not. Don't lie. Technically, it was Chansey that started that off by saying she always used to steal Lego Star Wars and want to play with the guy with the big ears, with the floppy ears. And then Dan started putting it in the chat, and then I started copying him. What can I say? Actually, the hood kind of needs to come down a bit as well, doesn't it? Oh, that's not a good sign. That's really not a good sign. It's better anyway. Looks a little bit more natural. Problem is now I've got to flip my head and go, yeah, the light's coming from this direction instead of this direction. And actually, that might be why I'm going to continue painting it the way that we originally did, because it's just easier when you're right-handed, and then I'll flip it right at the end. I know, right? I'm not just an ugly face. So let's go. The others will be back. We actually had a fair few people turn up right at the beginning. It had never been so full for paint. And then I bored them all. Thanks, Australia. In fairness to him, they did stay up until 5 o'clock in the morning. Which I still can't quite believe. Australia. G'day, mate. From Australia. Australia. Hi, Australia. We love you. We love Australia. We do. Oh god, what have you started me on? Do you know that Python sketch? Is it from Flying Circus? It doesn't ring any bells off the top of my head. Yes, sir. Yeah, actually, I never finished Flying Circus. I've always meant to. It's just one of them things. Now, obviously, I've watched the movies like 3,000 times each. But I do think it's on Netflix, so that's useful. I don't think it's the fact that I prefer the movies, it's just a case of that's what I was introduced to first. Life of Brian is genius. To be fair, all of it is genius. And like, I wish like there was more comedians nowadays who were as clever and quick-witted as the Pythons were. Like they were seriously educated guys. Not quite sure why I'm making that so light actually. That needs to be quite dark. Michael Palin did a Himalayas documentary in London. He's very famous in the UK for doing those kinds of documentaries. He used to do them a lot for the BBC. So if you've got a VPN and you go onto, let's say, iPlayer, BBC iPlayer, you'll be able to find quite a lot from him, I think. If that's what you're into. He used to do a lot of bird documentaries as well, which was a bit strange, but yeah, things you know. Add that tiny little bit of shine in there. I can't remember. I think it was Terry Jones who was the little one. He's quite a well-known historian as well. He does a lot of medieval history documentaries, but I know lots of people don't like history in this chat, so the little, you know what I mean? The guy with the coconut, the one who always played women. Sausage, bacon, eggs, spinach, and spam. I know all their names, man. It's fine. I wasn't questioning whether you did. I was questioning whether I could remember, because it's been so long since I've actually watched them. I used to know all of the skits off by heart and just recite them down the street, but unfortunately time plays havoc with the older memory. Getting old. According to Zoe, I'm getting old anyway. When I'm doing great, on Revan at least. That's true. That's true. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah. Are you working on something right now? Or are you just taking a break from the kids? The latter. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I'm one of these people who I'd quite happily have kids, but you know what? At this time of life, no way. I'm busy painting Revan. Can I swear on Twitch? I did last time, it's fine. Oh, fuck's sake. Plus, like we said before, I'm also one of these people who, a bit like Mando, just put them in awkward places and just make them do jobs. Because they're small and useful. Yeah, why not? I don't think I need to go much lighter than this. It's a shame I completely buggered up this side of this helmet, but... Did I just say helmet? Oh my god. Such a terrible Legends fan. The Mandalorian mask. My boy. Yeah, you hide behind a monkey emoji. It's alright, that's the good thing about being a Legends fan, is it's so big, right, that most people don't know what you're talking about even if you get it wrong. So I could have been lying to you in the chat for, like, weeks. I don't like that bit there. That's bugging me. That's okay. I've chosen to trust you. Probably a terrible idea, being totally honest. Yeah, the mask has gone a bit astray, hasn't it? I'm gonna have to play around with that because that's not. Somehow I knew you'd say. What can I say? I'm British. Like, I've got a horrible sense of humour. Yeah, that's really fucked that downwards, isn't it? Oh dear. Oh dear. Delightful. Absolutely spiffing. Well, I have to fix this somehow. If I bring the whole thing up a bit, does that work? And then maybe that side down? You don't really see a problem. I really do. Like, it's really subtle. Like I said, I'm just nipping and tupping slightly. It's like the way that the visor was bending was slightly not, you know, in line with the rest of the perfectionist Ollie is here. Yeah, pretty much. It wasn't quite in line. I mean, this bit I can kind of do later, but... Actually, it's quite useful having the stream on the other screen, because I can look at it from a further away angle. And that's kind of in like that. Make it a bit... That's a lot better, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. You see what I mean? On that original one, it's like really wonky. It kind of goes down and then up again. But now it's a bit straighter. Well done. Good job. You did it. You bored me to tears. You goddamn perfectionist. Hello again, Burbs. How's it going? Welcome back. You can see we've made a lot of progress. Turn that down quite a lot. I had to reread that because I swore you said hello there, and I had to do a General Kenobi again. But no, you missed it. Kenobi. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the stream I was quite worried about how this was going to go, but it does seem to be coming out along quite nicely. But like I said earlier, I think it might take us longer to do this than it did Ahsoka, because it's just ridiculously intricate. Can I do the Maul Kenobi? Which one? I was waiting for Kenobi. Why are you here? That didn't quite work. Ask me to do it at the beginning of a stream when my mouth isn't so dry. At last we shall reveal ourselves to the Jedi. At last we shall have revenge. You have been well trained, my young apprentice. There shall be no match for you. Oh my god, he did it! Oh my god, Oliver, I love your accent. Oh my god. I used to get that when I was working in the Caribbean all the time. Oh my god, Oliver. Oliver, say the Beatles. Say the Beatles. That's a British thing, right? Beatles. One of the worst ones that I got as well was this is really odd. I probably shouldn't be talking about this on stream, but some couple who was staying at the hotel had bought some I don't know what the hell it was. I've never heard of this before, so tell me if you've heard of this. They said, hey, come and take a bite from the cannabis apple. I was like, what the fuck is a cannabis apple? What is this? What monstrosity have you created and somehow smuggled into this country? And I was like, can't you just ask me to say the Beatles again? It would be a lot easier than trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about. Beatles. See, this is prime time entertainment here. There's only 2 of you watching. Hashtag blessed. I mean, whoever discovered the cannabis apple certainly wasn't blessed. By the way, Burbs, how many people ended up following you? Are you any closer to 300? Burbs has gone. Burbs has gone. Definitely cursed. Shit happened. Yes! You can do it, man! I believe in you. Yeah. Hashtag get Burbs to 300. Might add a little bit of touch. Just around this area as well. I wonder if I'll actually reach the blending stage of this by the end of this stream. Be nice if it did. Need to take that up a bit. You're making pretty quick work of it. To be honest, right, I am. You know, it's one of them things where it's like the more you do something, the quicker you get at it naturally. So I'm actually quite surprised how well this was going, because at the beginning, even when I was just doing the drawing stage, the line work, I was really struggling. Damn, that's looking good. Welcome back, Ghost. I mean Path. I mean Ghost. I mean Resurrected. I mean Path. Parth! Parth! Where have you been, Parth? Where have you been? Yeah, man. So we're just doing some highlighting at the minute. Again, I'm not sure if I need to highlight that anymore. Then we're going to get the trusty references up. Why is this so big all of a sudden? Somehow I've managed to make it full screen and I don't know how. I just came to have a look before sleeping, so bye again. Goodbye! Thank you for popping in and upping the number of people in here to 3 for roughly half a minute. Sleep easy. Enjoy whatever exam you've got tomorrow. That's generally how it works. Fuck off. Go away. Go away. There we go. And again, this is what I said earlier, is I've actually been a total idiot. A poor path. I've never known somebody have so many exams. I've been an idiot, and I've actually made that light where it should actually be dark. I've done that 3 or 4 times this stream. And then if I kind of give an edge, that works, doesn't it? Because that there is kind of like that bit on the other side. I might just extend that area out a bit as well, just because it's cloth, so it's going to be quite loose. Obviously the thing is with this particular kind of painting, especially when you're wearing a cloak, it gets a little bit tricky later on, because with, let's say, the Ahsoka painting and even the Talon one before it, because they were wearing like skin type clothes or whatever, you could quite easily go around these areas and tidy them up. But because he's wearing a cloak, like the only areas that I can go around and erase are actually these areas around here. So I'm gonna have to do loads of blending in around here to get it looking swish. So that's gonna be fun. The more I think about this, the more I think it's a bad idea. But we shall persist. Yeah. Actually, I'm not very happy with that. It's a bit too light in those areas. I can always go over with some grey at another point. It's always one of the most tricky parts of when you've got like the cloak going behind. It's getting it so that it actually kind of looks roughly correct. Again, with that I might eventually actually cut it out and maneuver it a bit. Digital art! Ah! Yeah. Oh, and we didn't have any problem with the hands this time. Jiggle it! Jiggle it! Screw it. Yeah, we didn't have any problems with the hands this time. He says, as he then paints it and it looks trash. Celebration! Yeah, I mean, that looks alright. Honestly, it's just that bit under the arm which is bugging me. I mean, I'm sure it will look okay, but it's just one of them things, isn't it? Maybe I should record that and set it to set it to come on every time I get a new follow. I have the feeling it's going to be a lot quicker than Ahsoka. I don't think so. I think this, and welcome back by the way. I think honestly, this is going to be, this stage of it is going to be quicker because I've already done a lot of the details. The colouring section is going to take a lot more work because there's a lot more little finicky bits that need to be done. I'm pretty sure finicky is definitely a Britishism. Might even be a Norfolkism, don't know. I mean, always the temptation is to go slightly deeper in terms of the lighting with the hands, and I've always found that that's a terrible thing to do. What, finicky? Yeah, alright. I'll just leave it with you. I'll leave you confused. It may, like I said, it may well be a Norfolkism, not that you'd know what a Norfolkism is either. We're on a roll here. Maybe I should just go back to doing Darth Maul impressions. Since to the dark side, you don't even need to colour it much. True, but again, I'm doing it grayscale, and we're going to go for a little tip in terms of doing black, because I don't actually like doing it in black. Even with the Talon painting, like, a lot of it looks black, but it really wasn't. I think the only things which I did in black for the Talon painting were the tattoos, and even then they were kind of just slightly opaque. But yeah, Mira, what I was just saying to Alison was, I don't know if you heard this, but it's these tiny little areas which need to be rendered in and around these areas. These are the bits that are going to take a lot of time. And you can see all the way around here. You've got to kind of do them without buggering up what's in there. And that's what I mean by finicky bit. Like a little time-consuming, annoying bit which shouldn't take as long as it does, but it's just a pain in the ass. And I might take this all the way down. It's a bit lighting. How was your food, by the way? Did you cut yourself? We're dying to know. So that's done. And we made the decision that we're actually going to do it this way. The finished piece is actually going to be this, like, pointed this way, so that it is the opposite to what the Talon painting was. which I always quite like, because I've done the same with some of my Assassin's Creed paintings. I've got them facing the opposite directions, but kind of mirroring each other, so that when I do eventually get some prints, they can look kind of cool together on the wall. Painting. I can do the rest of the stream in Broad Norfolk if you want. Doesn't bother me. Red wine. Alright, welcome to my stream. Alright, today we're going to be doing Darth Revan, won't we? Finicky bits and be painting. Painting. What are you? And what? What? Flippin' regionalism, wasn't it? That's the way my grandparents used to speak. If y'all be speaking to old people around where we be from, that's the way that they be talking, wasn't it? Well, I told you. That is how my grandparents sound. I understand enough. What's it called? It doesn't really have like a name. It's just kind of Norfolk dialect. Hold on, I'll type. Yeah, haven't you got Norfolk in Virginia somewhere? I think it's in Virginia. Yeah. But people always find it quite confusing coming to the area that I'm from, because we've got a lot of place names which are spelt totally different to the way that they sound, the way that they're spoken. So even people from different areas of England have got no idea how to pronounce them, because they're all kind of based from Anglo-Saxon dialects and all that kind of good stuff. It's kind of cool, because we can be smart asses and so, that's not how you say that. We have one of those in Maryland. Maryland. The only thing I know about Maryland, I'm pretty sure, isn't that the place where they make the cookies? You might not even have them in America. Maryland cookies. Booey. Booey! Sounds Australian. I have no knowledge of cookies. Maybe it is from somewhere else. Might be an English thing. Cookies as in chocolate chip cookies, not cookies as in biscuits. Now, I've actually got rid of those back bits there, but I'll probably just redraw them in at some point. Sorry if I keep going off screen, by the way. Trying to get that pen at just the right angle. Yeah, I might just refill those in. You know what? I think that's looking pretty damn good. Again, that kind of needs to pop up a bit, doesn't it? So let's do what we do with Digilid. 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 I kind of like that little dent. It kind of gives the impression of there being like a brow or like a forehead or something. I'm gonna keep it. However, this bit at the back is still bugging me a little bit. So if I copy that, I take it down one step. But no, I didn't want to copy, I want to cut it. Moron! There you go. It's better, isn't it? I think. What do we like? We like it there like that? First or second? I think second, personally. That was the first. That's the second. Obviously I'm going to blend it in a bit more, but... Second? Yeah! It looks like it's kind of flowing back that way a bit, doesn't it? Mira's gone all quiet again. Probably she cut herself. Also, kind of looking at it, the lightsaber's slightly... It's like it's straight, but that side kind of needs to be a little bit further out. I always love coming back and doing these, right? Because they there's just bits all over the place. Luckily this time, no. I will the second. Yeah, just tiny little adjustments. Just to make it a bit wider. Just in terms of the saber anyway. It's a bit curved now, but it's okay. I will second the second. Is one taking the piss out of one's Britishness? That's what one's doing. I shall second the second. On the 2nd of the 2nd. 2002. In 20 seconds. What do the young chappies say? They say lol. So stuffy. Don't you call me stuffy? And not stuffy or stuffy. Stuffy. That's because I'm an upper class prick. It's alright, I think only Burbs is youngling here, so it's fine. I might be totally wrong by that, by the way. Oh god, I've lost a viewer. Oh god. Parents heard me. I said the word prick, and we've gone down. The police are coming. I embrace my shit Britishness. Because the funny thing is when I actually go home, I'm like the least British person there. But to everybody else, I'm just like, oh, he's so British, yeah. There's something not right with that saber, and it's bugging me. It's just not quite straight, is it? Like maybe moving that up a bit will. Bloody hell! Bloody hell, Roger! Jesus fucking Christ! You sound like you is from the East End. London. This is literally just what the chat is now. Really, you don't sound that British unless you really try. I think it's come from living abroad for so long, to be honest. But you know, tally-ho, whatnot. Master Kenobi, you disappoint me. Well, yeah, I've just realised there's one massive finger. And you can, again, clip that and take that however you like. Just don't tell Twitch. And your Greek is perfect, you It is. Why you no go to the beats? You son of a bitch. My friend, why not to the beats? I'm very unhappy there is no beats in the vicinity of the prefecture. But it's no problem. You know. Oh, by the way, don't tell Annie I said that, she'll kill me. Mira. One day you come for holiday and we go to the beach. We have very nice beach. I have to laugh every time they say it. First I thought, huh? Pizzas or what? Say that again. I have to laugh every time they say it. First I thought, what? Pizzas or pizzas are they taught? Oh, I see. Yes, we go to pepperoni pizzas. You know, pepperoni pizzas. Very good pizzas. We do the best pizzas in all of Greece. Yeah, I've definitely lived here too long. I'm sure Burbs is just sat there in the background lurking, just like, what the hell is he talking about? What kind of racist buffoon is this? I was just wondering how long I've lived here. That is a very difficult question. So, in essence, when I was a kid, this was before the crisis, like the economic crash, we, as a family, decided to move here. And we bought the house that I'm in now. Or my parents bought it. So, I went to school here for a while. About a year. But the house was, like, it wasn't livable. The crisis happened, like the economic crash and everything. The schooling here was really poor as a result of everything. So we then moved back to England, but kept the house and basically started again from scratch over there. So no money. Like, we literally went back with a couple of suitcases and started again. But we kept it here. And year on year, we came back and did a little bit of work. Because it was in an absolute state. Like, you couldn't live here. I was, like, sleeping on a mattress on the floor. Like, we didn't have any stairs. We'd be using a ladder. It was mayhem, to put it mildly. Everything that you see, like, behind me, like, is totally new in the last few years. And obviously, at this point, this was, like, 15, 16 years ago. Probably more, actually. But yeah, I enjoyed living here when I was a kid. It was good because it kind of gave me that experience of living abroad quite young. So it kind of forced you to grow up really, really quickly. Which is actually invaluable. But in essence, I decided, when we went back to the UK, I kind of struggled, if I'm being honest. Struggled with the weather, struggled going back. And I decided quite early on that I wanted to come back here eventually, so yeah, we came back every summer, tried to do bits and pieces. Eventually, during my university, during my degree, first of all, we have what is called placement, which is kind of like middle of university internship, if you know what I mean. So right in the middle of a year before your final year, you go off and you work for a year to get some experience. And my first placement was in the Caribbean, in St. Lucia, and then the second job that popped up happened to be here. So I came back here, started working here, was invited back for the next year after I finished my final year of university and got my degree. And yeah, that job was the one that sent me over the edge. We discussed this in the Discord quite a while back. So I moved back to the UK, couldn't find any work. Then a friend here said, why don't you come and move to Athens? I moved to Athens after going to Barcelona, etc. Which is where I did my bartending stuff. Moved to Athens, and I've been here ever since. So that's now 5 years, I think. 5 to 6 years. I'm a bit lost in terms of years at the minute because it's all over the place, especially this year. But yeah, you're a grizzled old man after all of that life experience. Yeah, I became grizzled quite early. Honestly. You know what? I always say, I don't regret having done any of it. I regret how some aspects have turned out. but you can only kind of, I don't know, you almost become hardened to stuff after a while. But yeah, all of that experience did definitely kind of toughen me up, so to speak. But yeah, I often joke that by the time I was about 24, I'd already seen enough. I wasn't interested in partying or anything like that anymore, because I was just like, I've seen more than enough. Now, should we go for some really light areas, or should we just go as it is? I think we'll just go as is. But yeah, that's a basic overview. See, this is the problem whenever people ask me, like, how long I've lived here, because I've moved back and forth between different places for so long, I never quite know how to answer. Yeah, obviously Mira's in Germany as well, so I'm sure she's got some stories as well. Sorry, I dropped out because my battery went down. You missed my entire personal history, which I'm not going to repeat. Because it will take me too long. So I missed the beaters. No, actually he didn't. Although I suppose quite a lot of that time probably was taken up by the beach. But yeah, it's difficult because obviously here you don't have that job security that you have in, let's say, Germany or the States or the UK or wherever. So the whole pandemic thing has hit really hard. Which is why I'm desperately trying to make a buck or two from commissions, which isn't quite working as planned, but at least it's something. To start. We thought, oh no, Bira, you went to the beach. She left the stream to go to the beach. Please no go to beach during stream times. Much appreciate. Though you say that, I know a lot of Greek guys and girls who speak ridiculously good English, so it's not good to stereotype. There's something not working on that plan. It will work, stay positive, and we'll help each other. Smiley face! Yeah, we'll try. We'll get there. One day, the Art Hub will rule the galaxy. And we shall have peace. Yeah, there's a lot of impressions going on today. Know what's going on. There's something not quite right about that hand now. See what I mean? When you overblend the hand, it just... something about it doesn't quite work. It happens to me every time. I will ask you next time to say beaches again. Okay, beats. Beats. Beats? Beach. Beach. Although I've got to say, it does make the phrase beach body kind of questionable. Ask me whatever you like, whenever you like. I don't have a problem. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move that finger a bit, I think, but... How's the figure study drawing going? Also, Alison, how is the lack of kids going? Oh, Jesus. God. Don't worry, I'm sure Jayla will have forgotten that she's actually posting this week. Every damn week. Don't worry, like I said, I've not been able to keep on top of it myself in the last couple of weeks. Like, I did originally say that I know not everybody will be able to make it every week, so don't worry too much about it. I'm gonna start now. Okay, I've decided 30 minutes before the deadline that this is gonna be a 30-minute study. Because I'd always planned that. %. We're gonna have to make an emoji in the Discord for 112%. You know, just for when things are really dire. See, that's the great thing about these streams. They remind people to do stuff. And like I said, I think it must have been last week, something like that. But I feel as though half of the figure study group like kind of forget, or has forgotten that they've signed up, or is just totally ignoring the notifications. I know Ajito's disappeared because she's got stuff going on, but there was definitely more people. I was looking through last week's one, and I realised that there was like literally 4 entries. And not even the person that posted the the reference. They've done it. Slackers. I think the thing is, a lot of them didn't actually think I was going to do it. Like, they went, yeah, let's do it, and then when I actually did it, they were kind of shocked. As for this week's the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing I find is the hair. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, that's why it's quite good actually, in terms of doing it, is the fact that it makes you do different kinds of, because obviously different kinds of people have different physical attributes anyway. If you find the right brush, yeah. I actually always have fun drawing it, because it's actually quite simple to draw. But, like, doing a study is slightly different. I use a brush intended for clouds for effort. It's not a bad idea. I mean, I don't know how it is with Procreate, but it's always quite fun with Photoshop making your own brushes. Because you can just kind of experiment with it a bit. And again, it's what I've learned, is don't just think of a brush as a brush, but because you can obviously change the eraser as well. It's always fun experimenting with different sort of brushes as erasers to see what kind of effects you can get going kind of like round the edge. I think they have a very similar brush making setup. I'm too scared to try on my own. That's alright. I think that's just a case of the longer you use the program and the more confident you become experimenting, that will come. Like, I'm kind of a big believer, especially with whatever, don't push people before they're ready. Because you can do as much harm as good to their confidence. Because that was more or less what happened to me when I was younger. Because no matter how constructive the criticism, if it wasn't asked for, it can damage your confidence quite badly. I was about to say, it sounds like you went to art school. I didn't. I did take it up, like I was studying it up until the point before university. So it was still reasonably high level, but it wasn't, let's say, a qualification which could get me a job. Yes, Ollie, that's true. I Actually use a razor with different brushes instead of smudge tool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But there's a really old piece of artwork which I've got, which actually demonstrates this quite well. Well, actually, I'll see if I can find it. Give me a second. Just gonna put that there. Let's see. So this is my really old Deviant art. If I can find it. There we go. So I mean, obviously I've improved quite a lot since I did this full screen. So this is a really old piece that I did. Right, I say really old. It's probably about 1.5, 2 years old. But you can see around the edges, like getting that texturing in. That was all just done by playing around with different erasers. Even going up to sort of like that back bit. Yeah, I don't think this one's on Instagram, if I remember right. I mean, looking back at it now, like, I was really pleased with it at the time, but you can see, like, it's not very professionally done. I was concentrating too much on kind of cutting stuff out and making things look completely smooth rather than having that full aesthetic. So you can kind of look around these areas. And that's too almost, it almost looks like it looks like what it was. It was cut out and placed using the select tool. Because it's like the lines are almost too perfect. Don't get me wrong, I like it. It's a nice piece of work. Especially at the time when, like, I still wasn't that good at digital art, let's be honest. But I really like the kind of the swirling effects. That was fun to do. Yeah, that's that. Let's go back to yeah, you can kind of see what I was trying to go for before it became kind of like a process. And everybody, like, it's one of them things, everybody looks at their old art and goes, ugh, what have I done there? Especially after a long time. But then everybody else goes in, oh, it's amazing. Oh. It's like, guys, come on. I love the whole positive vibe thing that goes on the social media, but sometimes you just got to be perfectly honest and go, yes, it was good, but look at the improvements. Blimey, it's 11 already. Jesus. Bloody hell. We've only got 50 minutes left. Crikey. Well, I'm glad that we managed to get onto the blending stage. That's... I really didn't expect that, to be honest. But yeah, we will be continuing tomorrow as well, if people are about. Time flies. I mean, I'm still going to be on the Discord all night anyway, because for whatever reason, the last few videos have taken absolutely ages to download. I think with the Twitch highlights for The Sims, Twitch is still, after 3 days, trying to process the file. Even after I've gone back, redone it all, rendered it all, and made it twice as good, and posted it in 2 different places. Yeah, exactly. You can tell I wasn't best chuffed. I was not very pleased. But I think the final video actually came out better than it would have done if I'd done it through Twitch. Because I could put like all those little zooms and whatever. Which is always fun. Well chuffed. Proper chuffed. You proper bastard. Proper fucking bastard. Yeah. Lovely jubbly. That's a little bit wonky. Let's turn that way up. Oh, it is well chuffed. Slightly less. Revan! Revan! Hi, Danny. You've popped in for the last hour. Nice one. We're doing random British accents today, just to piss with, you know, the chat. Danny, how's it going? Right now, we are currently playing around with, well, we do the blending, which is nice and time consuming. But I think we're done pretty well. So I love how everybody who knows the story of Revan fangirls like hell every time they see him. And everybody who doesn't is like, who the hell is this? What is this thing? Yep, I joined before you could end the stream this time. That's very kind of you. Thank you. It's fun because there's just different people nosing in and out, like, throughout the entire stream. Like, every time. So I never have massive amounts of viewers at the same time, but throughout the course of a stream I have loads of different people. Problem is, the foreshortening on this arm is an absolute pain in the ass. It's an intimate experience. It is. This is the difficult bit, is when you're trying to blend something like the underside of an arm. Because it always ends up not quite looking how it should. I think adding that darker tone might just fix it up a bit. But yeah, what do we got here? In essence, Danny, we started off with not that something which kind of looked, oh my god, it's totally gone. Where is it? We started off with that. We added a few details, then added the cloak, then we started putting down some sort of texture and some base lighting. Now we're up to here. But yeah, like I said, it's a bit bonkers. I'm surprised I've got so much done. I have. Honestly, if I kind of blend, this is tricky because technically that arm is kind of coming out from the cloth like that, and then you've just got these little dark areas. This one is going to be a masterpiece too, it's visible already. Oh, I can only hope. Thank you though. I appreciate the kind words. Beatses. Oh, that's the pencil. I don't want the pencil. I might go over some little highlights like that, and then that can kind of just add those tiny little highlights. That kind of makes it a bit more rounded, doesn't it? That doesn't. Looking at it from afar, again, it's always that foreshortening. Just around there, it's just ridiculously tricky. Pizzas. Talk to me like you talk to one of your Greek girls. Pizzas. You are welcome. We're getting around the accents quite a lot this stream, aren't we? couldn't believe I go on holiday. I go out of the house and there was no beaches. No beaches at all. No, I mean, Revan's mask is actually reasonably solid, isn't it? So that kind of makes a big difference. Just, yeah, that works. That works. Danny, tell us, are you working on something tonight? Today? Afternoon? Evening? Whatever the hell it is where you are. I get so confused. Still, it's that kind of under variant. It needs to be darker, but when you make it darker, it then just doesn't look right, does it? Again, it's all going to be black anyway, so, well, black, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Is that a swig? Redoing Loki. Currently obsessed with drawing Marvel. It's 3 PM here. Oh, lucky you. You have to visit all of the beaches. We have red beaches, white beaches, yellow beaches. This is what we have in Santorini. Why you complain? Come on. It's no problem. Good beaches. We have very good beaches in Greece. We have the best beaches in Mediterranean. No problem, my friend. Again. And he's gonna kill me. The guttural fricative huzz. Like when I say holy cow. Holy moly. Actually, to be fair, that's what Nate's girlfriend used to call me, so let's not say that again. Huh, I don't know why, but I love it. I love it. There's nothing that turns me on more than a guttural fricative huh. Yeah, I'm not saying anything. I'm gonna leave that one with you. I love it too. Well. Well. Clearly, I should be a very lucky man. I'm surrounded by women on the internet who love both my accents. Bich. I want to go to the Bich. Can you point me in the general direction of the Bich? No, Ray, you want to go to the beach. Lol, true. Yeah, to be honest, that was how I was always taught it. I was taught it kind of ick, rather than ich. It's them regionalisms again, isn't it? Them pesky regionalisms. F that. Yeah, you would. Ich bin ein Berliner. Sorry, ich bin. Who was it that said that? Was it? It wasn't Kennedy, was it? There was some president that said it. It was Kennedy. I am a sausage. Hello there. Hello there, German people. I am a sausage. I believe that's how you say it in the local tongue. A+. I told you. History. That's what I wanted to do. Life had other ideas. Berliner? No, it's like a Frankfurter, isn't it? Like the local sausages are all named after the place, if I'm correct. I might be totally wrong. I was under the impression it was a sausage. He was like, well, actually, you were both wrong. It's a kind of German pasta. I don't like that. You were right about the sausages. Yeah, I thought so. Because we always laughed that an American president went over there and called him a sausage. Called himself a sausage. Because we have a phrase in the UK which is in essence, oh you silly sausage, when you've done something stupid. Kreppel. Ich bin eine Kreppel. they have crapple, which is a kind of donut, so therefore I'm kind of right. In my own way. Why you know it, crapple? The beats. I love 2 of your accents. Only 2. Oh wow, okay. That's okay. I hate all of them. Only 2, the rest is shit. But at least I speak English. This year I had a tour guide in Greece who didn't. What are you talking about? Everybody here speaks English. I mean, they've got thick accents. It also depends on which island you go to. Places who have got a lot more tourists speak much better English. Not in Andros, no. No, you're right. But those islands are funny anyway. It's like when I used to work in Mykonos, it was like, there's some weird, like, I don't know why, you work in like top luxury places in the world, but some of my colleagues couldn't speak a word of English in a hotel, and I'm like, you mad? Believe me, he didn't. I wonder how he can be a tour guide without speaking English. Because his family probably owns the business. Or a friend. Or something stupid. It's not that different to Bulgaria here. No offense given. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly. He drove us to some waterfall and said to go there by foot and he will wait with his car. Rookie mistake. When he returned, he was cleaning his car and drinking coffee. Oh, hold on. Gotta sneeze. Well, that was a big one. I'm surprised he didn't feel that in Germany and America. Jesus. More like a driver than a tour guide. Yeah. Where did you book him? Did you book him through the hotel? I find every time you book somebody for a hotel, they're crap. Yes. Why am I not surprised? But I swear it's because there's so many thick tourists out there that don't know kind of like anything about anything that the hotels can get away with giving them dribble. It's like with the food. Some of the food you get in the hotels is dross. It's just because the people who eat food at hotels are the people who don't go out and find good food, so therefore they don't know what it tastes like. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll write a note down for next time. Yeah. Yeah, just don't trust hotels. Your best bet is actually to ask, is to go exploring yourself, and kind of, I don't know, just how to explain this. Go places by yourself rather than take tours, but ask, let's say, a receptionist that you've got to know for advice about what to do when you get there, because they're more likely to give you good advice than just palm you off on, the reps and all that kind of stuff. The holiday reps are an absolute nightmare. They're useless. Damn, that's a lot of blending. Damn. I don't like this thing though. This is bugging me. I'll have to decide what to do with it later. Better, gives it a little bit more movement, doesn't it? Still needs a little bit of work, but we'll get there eventually. I always find that the hoods always look really flat. I don't know why, and I can't figure out how to change it. Something that I've always struggled with, and I don't know why. But hopefully a little bit of magic towards the end might save us. If we're lucky. What have I done here? Let me get the reference up. wasn't working from that one, was I? I was kind of working from that one. Ooh. I just realised you can't actually see the references. Oops, never mind. Whatever. Yeah. Let's go to full screen. Let's mix it up a bit. Again, you always risk when doing this is losing that intensity of light when you're blending. So you're probably going to have to come back and touch all of this up with bright lights again. Get that really intense white back a little bit later. But at least we're getting in that nice movement. So I'm assuming, what have I done? What have I done? Chat, tell me, what have I done? I feel as though that's kind of, I've missed a line kind of there. Because of those dark areas. And then this line is kind of the one which extends down the bottom here. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? We figured it out. We figured it out. Figgity doo 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 doo. Don't ask. It's late. I might go back in with a much harder brush actually and get some of these tiny little lines back. There it is. Yeah. What time is it there? It is 20 to midnight. It's alright, normally on stream nights I'm up until about 3-ish. Because I need to get everything downloaded and check all the stats out and edit stuff up and re-upload it and do the YouTube stuff and, well... long old days. Probably explains why I'm so grumpy in the morning. What do you mean go, go, go? What did I do? What have I done wrong? What did I do wrong? Tell me. So I mean, actually, eventually, I'm actually going to end up darkening a lot of this side anyway. So I think we're going to be okay. Just carrying on what we're doing. And I can always add some much kind of more vibrant shines onto the metal much later as well. The only thing right now is almost kind of about getting the shape more than it is anything else. Which in itself is kind of a challenge. Lighter underneath. Kind of give it that reflective kind of illusion. There's so many bots in the chat. Bizarre. Hold on, how many are there? There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 bots. It's like Twitch is going, what's he doing? Get him. Get him for something. We're getting there, guys. Only 10 minutes left. I don't know what it is. There's just something about that mask. It's off-putting me, and I don't know what it is, but I'm sure we'll figure it out when it comes time to blend it. The rest of it is going pretty well, at least. It almost pops too much, rather than giving the feel of being multicolored or having layers of paint over it. Like maybe the shadows are too dark and the highlights are too bright. But I doubt we'll get onto fixing it in the next 10 minutes, so yay, it's the lift music again. Elevator music. Every time I hear this, I feel like I'm going up to level 12. Elevator. Whew. Nearly there. But you're right, actually. I swear the Ahsoka painting took a lot longer to do than this, but it's probably because I did the kind of the close to skin technique. In that, like, I did the body, I blended the body and then made the clothes from that, but with like an outfit like this, it's just too much hassle. There's no point because it's so like different to the body form that there's just no point in trying. You might as well just do it straight away. Different techniques for different subjects, I guess.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I might extend that up. Fuck here. Why not? Why not? Why not? Always gets to this stage of the stream and I'm like, okay, what's the little things that I can do, you know, which won't take up much time. I do them and they take like 30 seconds. And I'm like, what else can I do which will take 30 seconds? And by the end of it, I've done like half the painting in about 5 minutes. Yeah. I'm also not happy with the circle down there, like the belt thing. Like, it's alright, but it needs a bit of almost foreshortening, I think. It's just something about it which is off. By like less than a centimetre. And I can't figure out what it is. Again, I think it's that whole kind of, like we said before, finickiness of the armour. Because there's so much that you need to get just right for the rest of it to work properly. If you change something to make it look slightly better, you then run the risk of making the entire rest of the piece of work it'll look like total trash. You end up having to redo like the entire piece of work because you fix one thing. But also need to remember I kind of need to do some tiny little details in and around here as well. But I think as we've got 5 minutes, I might just quickly blend some of these big old bits. In the cape, just because it's reasonably simple to do. And it will kill some time. It's also one of those things I find if you blend the cape too much as well, a bit like the hands. If you overdo it too much, sometimes it can come off looking almost, in a weird way, it's moving, but it's not moving naturally. Weird. Weird. Woo! What did I do? What have I done now? Ollie, he's our man. If he can't do it, probably somebody else will. Finishing. To be fair, The Sims was a 5-hour stream. Why American? Why? Technically, I'm not just taunting you. Pretty sure Danny's American as well. What can I say? I troll everyone. That's what I do. You wait till I start doing Bulgarian accents next week. I think that's it. That's it. We reached 5 hours of painting. Yep, you are American. Yeah, don't mind me. I take the piss. It's fine. To be fair, I take the piss out of myself a lot as well, so... Well... we got this far. And I'll tell you what, that's not a half bad job, I think. So we started with that. In fact, let's get rid of that. We started with that, and we're now on that. Don't tempt me. You too, Mira. You too. Tomorrow colour? My god. I don't think so, because there's so many tiny details that need to be done. We might do. We might very well do. But it will probably be at least the second half of the stream. Bulgaria. But yeah, we still need to do some edging. We still need to get right into, like... we need to do a lot of detail around these kinds of areas and whatever, and that's going to take a lot of time. And we also kind of need to do a lot of the little bits. Let's say if I bring this up, we need to do a lot of these little buckles and, you know, all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah, maybe some, I don't even know what you call these. You get the point. But yeah, that's it for today, guys. Thank you for turning up. It's been an absolute pleasure. Because. And yeah, we will be on from the same time tomorrow. And we'll see how far we can get. And we'll see how dead I am tomorrow. Which is why I normally split it up between days, but never mind. My bloody football team keeps screwing up my schedule this week. The details. It's all about the details. No problem. Thank you all for turning up. It's been absolutely fantastic. And I'll see you tomorrow. Ciao for now.